Okay, we should be live. Hang on, let me just check on my phone. Man, I have not heard from those guys in a while. Makes me nervous.
Good morning and welcome to the 2015 U.S. Rowing National Championships. First event of the morning is the men's pair. Lane 3, which will be on your left-hand side and closest to the camera launch, is United States Training Center, Oklahoma City A, Matthew Mahan and Brendan Harrington. Lane 4, Mendota A, is Sam Weeks and Tristan Amberger. And this race should be starting very shortly. And the regatta is underway. First event, men's pair. See the buoys change from red to yellow. That means they're out of the breakage zone. Referee following in behind. And when they get close to the camera launch, we'll pick them up from the camera launch. Lane 3 is closest to the camera. So about between 250 and 500 meters. It is the U.S. Training Center, Oklahoma City A, Mahan and Harrington out in front. And it looks like they have about a boat length on Weeks and Amberger. In this pair from the Oklahoma City Training Center, an amazing facility if you ever get the chance to get out there. Matthew Mahan is a member of the 2013 under 23 team, and he's also going to be on the Pan Am team, and they'll be competing in July in Toronto. The games are officially in Toronto. The rowing will take place at St. Catharines, a familiar course to many people. And they are rowing very nicely on this absolutely perfect morning for a regatta. As you can see, there's no wind. The ripple in the water is probably from boats going up to the warm-up area, but it is dead flat out here. Nice cloud cover, high 60s, low 70s. It's just absolutely fantastic. Mendota trailing by about 2 boats of open water. You can see we just went through the 750 mark. Also in this pair that we are looking at here is Brendan Harrington. And Brendan won the Canadian Henley Light Men's 8 event. And he, too, will be representing the United States at the Pan Am Games in July at St. Catharines. There's a nice shot of them rowing that pair very nicely. Pair is a very difficult boat to row, but when it gets up and going, it's really fun. Through the 1,000, see the marker under the camera there? the Oklahoma City Training Center boat opening up a bigger lead as they get close to 750 to go. If you're going to row a pair, boy, today's a great day to do it. Flat water, beautiful, nice buoyed course. You can see the buoys are in, or the course just in fantastic condition. Doesn't that look easy? Yeah, it's not. Getting close to the 500-meter mark in this two-boat race. That Oklahoma City boat just opening up a wider and wider gap. Mendota rowing nicely, but just not the speed of this Oklahoma City Training Center boat. From the finish tower, the perspective is reversed. Sorry about that. Nothing we can do about that. But there's the lead boat from the Oklahoma City Training Center. And they have about 250 to go. The buoys turn red. Means 250 meters left in the race. Matthew Mahan and Brendan Harrington, both going off to the Pan Am Games in July, rowing at St. Catharines. So first race of the day, men's pair. Up next is the women's single. Women's single will be starting in about 3 minutes. You can see they're getting locked onto the stake boats. Underway with the women's single. Lane 1, which is on the left-hand side and closest to the camera launch, is Margie Bertassi. She's rowing for GMS. From the London Training Center, Alyssa Winninger in lane 2. Lane 3, from the London Training Center, Emily Cameron. This is London, Ontario. Lane 4, SoCal Scullers, is Stesha Carlisle. Lane 5 is Kelly Pierce, rowing unaffiliated. And from Vesper is Jamie Chapman. And they are about the 250. And we'll pick them up with the camera boat as soon as possible. So out in front right now is lane 3, and that's Emily Cameron from the London, Ontario Training Center. But we got a great battle going on for second place, and unlike trials, second and third place are important. You get medals for those. So it's lane 2 and lane 4. Lane 2 is Alyssa Winninger, and lane 4 is Stesha Carlisle. And they are on either side of our leader, Emily Cameron. And are they moving up a little bit? Hard to say. On the outside, you can see Jamie Chapman rowing for Vesper. The buoys are a great indicator of where people are. And you can see the course is in fantastic condition. Buoys just straight across. So Miss Cameron is out in front, but only by a half a boat over Stesha Carlisle. And she's a 7-time national team member, a junior, an under-23, and senior team member. She won a silver in 3 World Rowing Championships. So she'd also like to be a contestant on Survivor. But right now she is in second place, and we'll see what she can do to catch Miss Cameron, and she looks like she's moving a little bit up. Depends on whose blade is in the water, but it's a half a boat to a deck. Miss Carlisle moving up a little bit further. This is going to be good. We'll see what happens and what it looks like at about 1,000 meters because we're getting close. A little bench on the far side is a good indicator. It's about 1,000. Third place, Miss Winninger, dropping off the pace a little bit, not quite able to keep up with the 2 leaders. We're looking at Margie Bertassi right now. And then on the far side, Kelly Pierce in the red top and Jamie Chapman on the outside. In the middle, between these 2 groups, is Alyssa Winninger in third. But now Miss Carlisle is in first place. Through the 1,000, she put it on and is moving. Miss Cameron is falling back a little bit. Let's see if she regroups and can push back. But right now, Miss Carlisle is off and running. It's a boat length for Miss Carlisle right now. And there's a nice shot of her.
Station? Carly.
So these other boats having a hard time keeping with our two leaders, breaking up a little bit. It looks like we're going to have a good battle for third place, as those two boats are reasonably even, but Miss Winninger is ahead a little bit in third place. Out in front, Miss Carley is rowing away with this. She was down for the first 1,000 or so, but around the 1,000 put on a big move and just, you want to say has not looked back, but she's looking back the entire way and just watching her competitors fall away behind her. The angle is reversed. So right in the middle of the screen is Miss Carley. Out in front, Ms. Winninger over to her right. From this angle, the margins look closer than they actually are. Ms. Carley still has open water on second place. But now it looks like second through 4 is tightening up a little bit. Emily Cameron is now being challenged by Alyssa Winninger, who is on the outside of her. Still, Miss Cameron's still in second place, but it is tightening up, and Kelly Pierce is putting on a big charge. Kelly Pierce, a Princeton graduate, member of the 2011 under-23 team. So way out in front here is Ms. Carley coming to the line, just a few strokes of line. So coming, Ms. Pierce in second place, and third is going to be Cameron. I'll say Cameron, but that was tight. Winninger on the outside of her, Bertassi, and Chapman. Up next is the men's single final, and we'll be getting to that in just a moment. And underway with the men's single. In lane 1, which will be closest to the camera launch, from Rowe, Ontario, Adam Rybalski. Lane 2 from Craftsbury is Tom Graves. Lane 3 from Craftsbury is Eric Frid. Lane 4 from Craftsbury is Peter Graves. Lane 5 from Craftsbury is Ben Davison. And on the outside, from CRI, lane 6 is Lucas Wilhelm. And we'll pick up that race as soon as they get up to the camera launch. Getting close to the camera launch now. Camera launch sits between the 200. Have lane Graves. And on the outside, that's lane 5, Ben Davison. Two very fast scullers. Tom Graves, member of 3 national teams. And with his brother Peter, who's also in this race, finished second in the double sculls at the 2008 Olympic trials. And his birthday was Monday the 22nd, turned 33. This is his 16th year of rowing and doing a nice job. So he and Mr. Davison, you see Mr. Davison on the far side in the white boat. In between them, not too far back, is Mr. Frid in the black boat, and then his brother Peter Graves in the yellow boat. Looking now at Adam Rybalski from Rowe, Ontario. Tom Graves out in front now by a deck length. As they get close to 1,000, that bench on the far side in the buoy, right there, 1,000 meters. And this is a great race between these two. They train together. Mr. Davison proving to be a very fast young sculler. Under 23 single. So this next pack for third place, well, first and second's a battle. Third, fourth, and fifth. You can see Mr. Wilhelm on the outside. He's getting back into the battle here. But these two boats in the middle, Eric Frid and Peter Graves, are battling each other, and they're both moving up into the 2 lead boats. Tom still with a bit of a lead. Not too far behind here is Adam Rybalski. He's not out of the mix completely. He's off the pace just a little bit, but still within striking distance. Now, these two have been battling each other in the middle. Now they're going to pass Mr. Davison. Look at that. 3 bows across. That is awesome. Is it going to be Graves 1 and 2? Right now it looks that way. But they still have just over 500 meters to go. And Peter Graves is now inching up on his brother, and he's bringing everybody else with him. As this race tightens up in the last 500 meters, Tom Graves out in front, but his lead is diminishing with every stroke. His brother Peter is coming up on him, and Peter is bringing Mr. Frid and Ben Davison with him. What a fantastic race. Looking over at his brother, it's like, I'm going to get you today. Brother saying, maybe not. So coming to the line, it's actually closer than it looks between the two Graves brothers. Peter closer to us now. Tom at the top right-hand side of the screen. They are actually very, very close together. And they are, and it's going to be Peter over Tom. So, sorry, that was, oh my gosh, lane 4, that was Peter, Tom, then Eric Frid. Wow, what a great race. What a great race for the men's single. Up next is the women's lightweight single. Women's lightweight single is up next. Women's lightweight single is just about to get underway. So as you may have noticed at the U.S. Rowing Elite National Championships, we have some Canadians joining us. And Elite Nationals is distinguished from senior and intermediate events, which are contested at the club national championships. So Elite Nationals are people who have had success at the senior championship level and can now compete, or have to potentially compete at the Elite Nationals. You can't race down, you can always race up. And with the Canadians here, if they finished first, second, or third, they receive a special gold, silver, or bronze medal to memorialize their accomplishment. But only domestic crews can be named national champions. And they are off. Women's lightweight single. Lane 1 on the right-hand side and will be closest to the camera launch. From Ottawa is Alana Fogarty. From Potomac in lane 2, Emily Schmeg. Lane 3 from GMS Rowing, Michaela Copenhaver. Lane 4 from Potomac, Morgan McGovern. Lane 5 from SoCal Scullers, Catherine Shiro. And lane 6 from Vesper is Solveig Imsdahl. And we will pick up this race when the camera launch gets into place. So the camera launch was not able to get back very far. The water is so flat today that we really don't want to disturb it with the camera launch. So they were not able to get back very far. So at the 750, the camera launch will pick up this race. And look at this race. It looks like there is one boat who's sort of off the pace. Otherwise, we have 5 boats in contention. So on the outside, that's Solveig Amsdahl, and she's a little bit out of the race. But we have a lot of people fighting for a national championship. So lane 5, Catherine Shiro on the far side, battling with Morgan McGovern for first place. Battling for third and fourth is Emily Schmeg, closest to us in the between those two boats in the red top there. Next to her is Michaela Copenhaver, and she's in the white boat and white top. So 1, 2, battling it out, 3, 4. And you can see the bow of Alana Fogarty. She's just off to the left-hand side. So through the 1,000, our leader now, that is Morgan McGovern, rowing for Potomac. At the 1,000, she puts it on and gives herself a half a boat lead over Catherine Shiro. Going for the last available medal. It's Michaela Copenhaver and Emily Schmeg. Trailing, you can see Solveig Imsdahl and Alana Fogarty. Panning back through the crowd. Okay. Morgan McGovern out in front, now by a boat length. So with 750 to go, is Emily Schmeg and Michaela Copenhaver going to challenge Catherine Shiro for a silver medal? But rowing out in front by herself is Morgan McGovern. And they are going to challenge Catherine. Emily Schmag, Michaela Copenhaver, Catherine Shiro, 3 boats, all within a half a boat length. Perspective's a little different from, or difficult from the top of the tower here. But you can see the Morgan McGovern out in front. The white jersey to her right, at the right-hand side of the screen, is Michaela Copenhaver. Emily Schmag on the far right-hand side, and then Elena Fogarty. Now, his perspective would give you the indication that Morgan is being passed by everybody, but that is not the case. She is still out in front, but this race is tightening up. Emily Schmag is in second place. Michaela Copenhaver probably in third. Miss Shiro still in there, but not sure if she's in third or fourth. At the top of the screen, that is Elena Fogarty, who is in 5th place right now. Morgan McGovern. Out in front, doing a great job. Right now, it looks like Morgan McGovern, Emily Schmag, teammates down at Potomac wearing the red jerseys. In the middle between them is Michaela Copenhaver rowing for GMS in 3rd place. And at the line, Morgan McGovern, Emily Schmag, Michaela Copenhaver, Catherine Shiro, Elena Fogarty, and across the line is Solveig Imsdahl. Up next is the men's lightweight single, and we'll go to that race as soon as they're ready. And we're underway in the men's lightweight single. Lane 1, which is on the left-hand side and will be closest to the camera launch when it gets into position, is Taylor Beach from Craftsbury. Lane 2, Trevor Michelson from Michigan. Lane 3, Hugh McAdam, Craftsbury. Lane 4, Jacob Georgeson, Riverside. Lane 5, Thomas Rindall, Kingston. And Lane 6, Andrew Neals from Virginia Rowing Association. And we'll pick up this race as soon as we can, is when they get up to the camera launch. Again, the camera launch is stopping early so we don't create wakes on this absolutely fantastic day here in central New Jersey at Mercer County Park, rowing out of the Casperson Rowing Center. Shot now from the top of the finish tower, and we'll be going to the camera launch as soon as they have a good picture. So closest to the camera is Taylor Beach, and then Michelson, McAdam, Georgeson, Rindall, and Neals on the far side. And right now, it looks like lane 4 from Riverside, Jacob Georgeson out in front. Second place, Hugh McAdam, a familiar name in at this lake in trials and other events. So out in front actually is Thomas Rindell, Jacob Georgeson, and Hugh McAdam. Those are our three leaders. On the far side, we can see Andrew Neals. Closest to us, just the bows, Trevor Michelson and Taylor Beach is out of the picture right now. But it is actually Thomas Rindell out in front. Jacob Georgeson in the black boat, about a deck length behind. And then Hugh McAdam right there. There we go. Hugh McAdam working his way in. So he's working up against Jacob Georgeson, who is then pushing up against Thomas Rindell as they get close to the 1,000-meter mark. Now we have three boats with less than a deck length separating them. Andrew Neals, Trevor Michelson, and trailing is Taylor Beach. Three boats. But now it's Hugh McAdam who's putting the pressure on through the 1,000. Followed by Jacob Georgeson. The Kingston rower, Thomas Rindell, went out hard for that first 1,000. So he may be paying for that a little bit, but he is still in a solid third place. 7:50 to go. Hugh McAdam now by almost a boat length over Jacob Georgeson, and Georgeson a half a boat over Thomas Rindell. From the finish tower, the angle is reversed. But you can see it is Hugh McAdam who is out in front. Followed by Jacob Georgeson. Jacob Georgeson rode with Andrew Niels, who's also in this race, and the Quad Skulls came in 7th at the 2014 World Championships. And he's the first official member of the WinTech Performance Team in 2014. Andrew Niels was a walk-on at Bucknell. Took up sculling, doing great. Today's maybe not one of his better performances, but he is up against tough competition. Hugh McAdam is now opening up even bigger lead. George Jacobson in second place. Thomas Rendell in third, followed by Andrew Niels and then Taylor Beach on the outside. Trevor Michelson and then Taylor Beach. So at the line, it is Hugh McAdam, Jacob Georgeson, Thomas Rendell, Andrew Niels, Trevor Michelson, and bringing up 6th place will be Taylor Beach. We now have a break until 9:10. We have a break until 9:10. And that race will be the men's lightweight pair final at 9:10. Men's pair is underway. Lane 3, closest to the camera launch, is Undine. Lane 4, New York AC. Lane 5, CRI, men's lightweight pair. And this looks like a great race between these three boats as they're about the 500-meter mark. Undine, New York AC, and CRI on the far side. Fantastic morning to be rowing a pair. The lake is almost perfectly flat. You can see just the teeniest little bit of ripple. Really nice. Undine starting to move out a little bit with about a deck length lead over New York AC. John Haynes and Joseph Chipola next to us, next to the camera launch. Joseph Pearson and Christian Kelling rowing for New York AC in second place right now. And in third place, a CRI, Frank Lang and Spencer Kales. New York AC getting close to 1,000 here and putting a push on. Pressing Undine. CRI coming up a little bit too. They are definitely in third place, but look at the sterns there of the other two boats. So is CRI going to come up on Undine now? New York AC has taken the lead by just the smallest margin. You can watch the buoy lines. They are straight across the course, so they're the best indicator of who's ahead, who's behind. And you can see at the 1,000-meter mark, New York AC by just the smallest of margins, but moving. We'll see if Undine has a response to this move by New York AC at the 1,000. Half a boat, or half a deck. Working out to a full deck. CRI falling off the pace. 7:50 to go. And let's see if Undine can get back into this New York AC boat. These guys rowing very nicely. New York AC moving out with about 600 meters to go in this race. Pearson and Kelling doing a nice job out front. Undine unable to hold on to the pace and falling off. CRI in third. .500 meters to go from New York AC. Joseph Pearson and Christian Kelling. CRI off the pace. Undine taking the rating up. But it would be a tall task to come back on this New York AC pair. From the top of the tower, New York AC in the white, Undine to their right, in the dark jerseys and CRI in the red. Joseph Pearson, Christian Kelly, New York AC out in front. Couple strokes to the line. New York AC. Next is Undine. And CRI third. We have a little break here. The next race is going to be at 9:30. The next race is going to be at 9:30. We have a lot of people hot seating from one boat to the other and one event to the next. So we create breaks in the schedule to accommodate that. So we will have a small break here. Next race is at 9:30. It is the women's double final. We are about 2 minutes from the start of the women's double. Racing resuming here at Mercer County Park. The Elite Nationals rowing out of the Casperson Training Center. And we'll go to this race once it starts. It looks like they're getting close, a minute or two away. Women's double underway. Lane 1, which will be closest to the camera and the far left-hand side, rowing from GMS, is Natalie King and Zoe Fleshman. That'll be lane 2. There are 5 boats in this race. Lane 3 is Stacia Carley and Kelly Pierce rowing for SoCal Scullers. For Craftsbury in lane 4, Liz Voigt and Christina Wagner. Lane 5 for Craftsbury, Cheyenne Gardner and Michelina Feely. Lane 6, Beatobi and Maddie Pont, also rowing for Craftsbury. And early on, it looks like Liz Voigt and Christina Wagner rowing for Craftsbury. Craftsbury A are out in front, and we'll pick it up with the camera launch as soon as we can. So SoCal Scullers out in front. Miss Carley and Miss Pierce doing a nice job out in front. Looks like they are followed by Craftsbury A, Voigt, and Wagner. 750 meters in, and it is open water for Carley and Pierce. Carley is 7-time national team member. Pierce, Princeton grad on the 2011 under-23 team. And she's also racing in the quad with Miss Carley. So they have some experience together and are moving very nicely out in front. Voigt and Wagner in second place. On the outside, that's Toby and Pont in lane 6 in third. Thousand meters, it looks like we have open water between the top 3 boats. SoCal Scullers out in front. Craftsbury. This is King and Fleshman rowing for GMS. But rowing away with it right now, SoCal Scullers. Looking very nice on this beautiful day. Perfect day for rowing. You can see how flat the water is. 7:50 to go. And it's open water at the Elite National Championships. Voigt and Wagner. King and Fleischman in the blue boat. With just about 500 meters to go. SoCal Scullers out in front doing a really nice job. Leading from about the 750 on. Second place is Voigt and Wagner. King and Fleischman rowing for GMS in third right now. A lot of separation between all these boats right now. 5 boats in this event. In third place, King and Fleischman. Second place, Voigt and Wagner. Christy Voigt, grad of Yale University, member of the 2013 under-23 team. Also won 3 gold medals at Canadian Henley. Nice job. And our leaders, Carley and Pierce, have 8 appearances on the national team between them. Doing a nice job today. Voigt and Wagner rowing for Craftsbury coming across the line. King and Fleischman rowing for GMS. Toby and Pont. Gardner and File. Up next is the men's double, and that race should be starting very shortly. Men's double is underway. 6-boat race. Lane 1, Potomac, with Stitt and Hincati. Lane 2, Craftsbury, with Benning and Davison. Lane 3, from Potomac, Massey and Keene. Lane 4, Reed and Frid from Craftsbury. Lane 5, Mendota, Amberger, and Mink. Lane 6, McAdam and O'Leary. We'll catch this race when we can with the camera launch. Again, the water is so flat today, we're being very careful about not putting wakes out on the course. So they will pick this race up at around 1,000. And the word from the launch over the radio is that bound number 3 from Potomac, Massey and Keene are out in front right now. And here we go. Lane number 3 out in front. Looks like second place is Hincati and Stitt. Sam Stitt in the red top, those distinctive Potomac jerseys. Stitt finished 5th in the quad at the 2008 Olympic Games. He's been a member of 8 Olympic teams and will be racing in St. Catharines at the Pan Ams. They are in second place, and it looks like third place on the far side over there is lane 4, Reed and Frid, rowing for Craftsbury. Benning and Davison in fourth place. Fifth place is Mendota, Amberger, and Mink. And in sixth place on the far side, looks like Craftsbury, McAdam, and O'Leary. Massey and Keene, rowing for Potomac, out in front, but they are now being pushed a bit by Reed and Frid. We'll see if with 750 to go, there it is. There's the race. Right now, still maintaining a boat length lead. Massey and Keene, but you can see that bow number 4 creeping up. That's Craftsbury B, Reed and Frid, and they are starting to move a little bit. It appears that Hincati and Stitt have fallen off the pace a little bit. They're right there too. There they are, because now Benning and Davison is equal with them, and then on the far side over there, from Mendota, Amberger and Mink are even. So third place is going to be a battle. From the top of the tower, the perspective is reversed. Closest to us is lane 6, which is McAdam and O'Leary. On the far side is Hincati and Stitt, lane 1. Massey and Keene, the red jersey and the white boat on the right-hand side of the screen. And they are being pressed by the 2 Craftsbury boats. On the far side, that's Benning and Davison. On the near side, it's Reed and Frid. But there you can see Stitt and Hincati, they are in this mix too. First place is you don't want to ever say anything's wrapped up, but they're doing a nice job out in first place. Second and third medals, that's going to be the race. It's between the 2 Craftsbury boats. These people race each other all the time up in Craftsbury. But right now, it looks like Reed and Frid who are going to take the silver, Benning and Davison the third, and across the line, it's Potomac. Craftsbury B, Craftsbury C of Benning and Davison, and then on the outside, Potomac. On the inside, Mendota, and then Craftsbury D. Great race, men's double. Up next is the women's lightweight double, and that race will be starting in about 3 minutes. Women's lightweight double up next. underway for the women's lightweight double 3-boat race. Lane 3 is Potomac, Emily Schmig and Catherine Shiro, names you've heard already this morning if you had watched some earlier races. Lane 4 for Vesper, Sarah Pivonka and Solveig Imsdahl. Lane 5 is Michaela Kopenhaver and Morgan McGovern. So a lot of these people are doubling up in races, which is great. That's what this kind of event is for. Just get out there and race. It's a good time. So good to see them rowing in various events. And that's why we do have breaks in the schedule, is to accommodate all the doubling, all the hot seating. So when they get up to the camera launch, we'll see what's what and who's who. And right now, it looks like the boat in the middle at the 500-meter mark, that's Vesper with Sarah Pivonka and Solveig Imsdahl. And Sarah, if I'm not mistaken, is the only athlete in this race who has not raced already this morning. So she may be adding the extra punch to this boat that's putting it out just slightly ahead of Potomac on the outside of Kopenhaver and McGovern. Well, spoke too soon. There goes Kopenhaver and McGovern. And we have 3 boats in a nice echelon, all about a half a boat apart. Wow, big push here for that Potomac boat on the outside. Between the 750 and the 1,000-meter mark, they decide to put the hammer down, and they are almost clear, almost open water. And on the inside, we have Miss Schmeg and Shiro. And now they are creeping up and passing the Vesper boat. Catherine Shiro is a member of the 2011 under-23 team. And let's see if we can see, maybe too far away, but she has a pair of lucky golden socks that she wears to every important race. We'll see if this race is important if we get a close-up shot. She says this has been part of her race wardrobe for over half a decade. Through the 1,000. Spacing out a little bit here. The race is opening up. On the outside, it's Potomac, Kopenhaver, and McGovern. There they are. It's a nice shot of them. $7.50 to go. All 3 boats now with open water between them. 500 meters to go. Copenhagen and McGovern out front by open water over Schmeg and Shiro, also from Potomac. Vesper trailing in third with Pivonka and Imsdal. Nice shot of first and second. Potomac. Michaela Copenhaver and Morgan McGovern. Schmeg. Sarah Pivonka and Solveig Imsdal across the line. Next up is the men's lightweight double, and that race should be starting in less than 2 minutes. Looks like they're very close to a start. Everybody's locked on for the men's lightweight double. Polling will start very shortly. They will say the name of each crew, the club name, in a double or larger boat. And then the starter will say, attention. A red light will come on. And then a green light and a tone. It's the same starting system that they use at international competitions. And very fortunate this race course has that system, so people participating in trials and whatnot will know what to expect at a World Championships or a large international event. Lane 1, which will be on the left-hand side and closest to the camera launch, is Undine, John Haynes, and Matthew Ryan. I'm sorry, this is lane 2. There's just 4 boats. Lane 3 is Conshohocken, Jim Sinkavage, and Austin Velt. Lane 4 is Kingston, Thomas Rendell, and Alexander Kunkel. Lane 5 is Nick Daw and Andrew Niels. So if you've been watching earlier, some of these names will be familiar, people doubling up. In lane 3, rowing for Conshohocken, Jim Sinkavage. He won the under 23 trials and will be racing at the under 23 World Championships. And Andrew Niels, who's in rowing for Virginia in lane 5, finished 7th in the lightweight quads at the 2014 Worlds. So we have a good race going on. Lane 3, Jim Sinkavage and Austin Velt rowing for Conshohocken. Out in front, second place from Kingston, Thomas Rendell and Alexander Kunkel. Third appears to be Virginia, Nick Daw and Andrew Niels. And here's fourth place, John Haynes and Matthew Ryan rowing for Undine. But out in front, with a significant lead, is Jim Sinkavage and Austin Velt doing a nice job out front. Second place from Kingston, Thomas Rendell and Alexander Kunkel. Boats starting to spread out a bit here. Like Undine is now in third place, pushing the Virginia Rowing Association boat back. That's Nick Daw and Andrew Niels being pushed back. But Conshohocken, if you watched any of the trials that were earlier in the week, Conshohocken had a number of entries, which was great to see. Just outside Philly. As far as by Philly standards, a brand new club. 1,000 meters out in front, Conshohocken. Second place, Kingston. Third place looks like Undine, and then Virginia on the far side. Big spaces between these crews. Is Undine going to catch second place? That Kingston boat? Not sure. First place seems to be pretty well wrapped up, barring any unforeseen circumstances. It's about 600 meters to go. Nice shot. Nice long shot of this Conshohocken lightweight men's double. Lots of open water back to this second place Kingston crew. .500 meters to go for them. And it does look like Undyne is going to be getting a bronze today, followed by the Virginia boat. About 200 meters to go for this Conshohocken double. Here, fans or coaches on the far side. Lots of yelling going on over there. Conshohocken racing hard through the line. Conshohocken through. Second place. Kingston. Undyne for third, and bringing up fourth place is Virginia. We have a 10-minute break so people can hot seat boats. The next event at 10:20 will be the men's four, men's lightweight fours, 2 lightweight boats and 3 open weight boats will be racing at 10:20 in the fours. Yep, and we'll see you in a few minutes. And we are underway for the men's 4, men's lightweight 4. 5 boats in this race. 2 are lightweight boats and 3 are open weight boats. In lane 2, unaffiliated, and that will be closest to the camera. Oh wait, they've just stopped the race. Not sure why. Something over in lane 6. All right. Not sure what's happening here, but fortunately there is a break after this race, so we do have time to pull this one back right now. Hopefully they'll do that and get it going again. Something happened. When we find out, we'll let you know, but this race has been stopped. The referee's over talking to lane 6, so we'll see what's going on. It looks like boats are turning and probably heading back up to the start. So everybody got rid of those pre-race jitters a little bit, and we'll do it again in just a minute. And take two for the men's straight four, men's lightweight straight four. Again, we have unaffiliated boat in lane one. It's a lightweight boat. New York AC is a lightweight boat. United States Olympic Training Center, Oklahoma City is an open weight boat. Carnegie Lake. And then U.S. Training Center, Princeton on the outside. So looking left to right, it's unaffiliated, and they're going to be closest to the camera when we get the camera launch in place up there. And here they come. So in the middle, that is the Oklahoma City Training Center boat. It is not a lightweight boat, yet the stroke seat, Robin Prindez, is a lightweight and a very successful one. He's a 2012 Olympian, finished 7th in the lightweight 4 at the Games. This unaffiliated boat closest to us, Marco Bustamante, Jacob Ford, Samuel Ward, and Ian Klein, look to be in second place right now. Then on the far side of them is the Carnegie Lake boat and the Princeton Training Center boat on the far outside. The boat trailing right there looks to be New York AC. On the far outside is the Princeton Training Center boat, and they are running second place right now with this unaffiliated boat closest to the camera. But out in front is the U.S. Training Center Oklahoma City A of Robin Prindez, Peter Gibson, Andrew Welland, and Matthew O'Donohue. And they are moving smartly and moving away from the crowd. Between the 750 and the 1,000 meter mark, they have open water on the field. But I would not count these other two boats out. On the far side, U.S. Training Center boat from Princeton. There's some skill in that boat, and the stroke of that boat a few years ago in a pair with had the most unbelievable comeback in the last 500 that I think I've ever seen. Something boat length open down to winning. So don't count these other boats out. Lightweights, they got out fast, they got out strong. We'll see if they can hold on. Lightweights against heavyweights in this event can be a real battle. This boat seems to be a little bit of an equalizer for the different weight categories. Oklahoma Training Center out front. Princeton Training Center on the far side of the course. The unaffiliated boat right here. Those are your top three. But walking away with it is this boat from the Oklahoma City Training Center. Lightweight guys who not officially racing lightweight, maybe they didn't want to suck down for this event. Through the 1,000 and open water by two boats, boat and a half of open water over second place Princeton Training Center. Third place is the unaffiliated boat of Bustamante, Ford, Ward, and Klein. And then Carnegie Lake and New York AC bringing up the rear. From the top of the finish tower, In the white over on the right-hand side is the Oklahoma City Training Center boat. And they are pushing hard, taking the rating up. Using this as an opportunity to test and implement race plans. And across the line, Oklahoma City Training Center, Princeton Training Center. On the outside is the unaffiliated boat. Carnegie Lake. And New York AC across the line. We have another break right now until 10:40 women's quad, women's lightweight quad in racing in the same race. There'll be a 3-boat race at 10:40. Up next, women's quad, women's lightweight quad. There's one lightweight quad, and it's the boat on the left-hand side of the screen and will be closest to the camera launch. They're from Potomac. The SoCal Scullers quad is in the middle, and then on the far side is Craftsbury. First few strokes of the race here, the Craftsbury boat in their distinctive white tops with the green around, and then in the middle, SoCal Scullers, and the combo boat, mix of uniforms there, and Potomac. Potomac traditionally dressed in red with a white star on the chest and red blades with a white star on the blades. And at about 250 meters, it is Potomac. And that's King, Carley, Chapman, and Pierce. And they are out front. Potomac closest to us is Copenhagen, McGovern, Schmeg, and Shiro. On the far side is Craftsbury, and that's Fellows, Fila, Voigt, and Gardner. $500 meters over the rest of the field. Lightweight quad closest to us in second place. That's SoCal Scullers boat. King, Carley, Chapman, and Pierce are just moving away from the field. Craftsbury just hanging onto the stern of that Potomac boat, but this boat is just rocking it. Lots of different uniforms there. They're looking very sharp out there. These absolutely perfect conditions. If anything, there's the slightest tail. You can see it's just barely making any change in the water. That's the lightweight quad, and here's the Craftsbury quad. So Craftsbury in third, Potomac in second, and way out in front now, lots of boats of open water, is SoCal Scullers. Thousand meters. Boat's pretty spread out here. Our lead boat, SoCal Scullers. Schedule sort of staggered today to allow these athletes to row in a number of events, which they have. If you've been watching previous events, these names, King, Carley, Chapman, Pierce, you've heard them this morning. They've been out on the water already. And it's the same for just about everybody in the other two boats. Lots of racing opportunity at the Elite Nationals here in Mercer County Park. $650 meters to go. leading quad rowing very nicely out in front. Lightweight quad from Potomac. And the Craftsbury boat is in third place, trailing by a handful of boats of open water. As the buoys go from yellow to red, that signifies 250 meters to go. The lead quad got their lead very early in the race and have maintained that, even though they have open water on the lightweight quad from Potomac. They really haven't been able to shake them completely. That lightweight quad just keeps hanging on, and the margins have not changed a whole lot in the last 1,000 meters or so. They've just sort of been hanging on right there. Not enough to catch them, but the lead quad, not enough to shake them. So Cal Scullers across the line. Potomac. And nice shot of the Craftsbury boat as they come to the line. They have about 10 more strokes to go. Craftsbury across the line. The next race up is going to be the men's quad, and that will be starting in just a couple minutes. Men's quad up next. men's quad going to be getting underway here very shortly. We were just looking at the Craftsbury boat, and here we go. Craftsbury, lane 2. Potomac, lane 3. Michigan Rowing, lane 4. Craftsbury, lane 5. And CRI is in lane 6. Craftsbury boat in lane 2 will be closest to the camera launch when it picks them up. So in this Craftsbury boat, we've got Tom Graves, Andrew Reed, Eric Frid, Peter Graves. Potomac, Lenny Futterman, Sam Stitt, Justin Keene, Chris Massey. Michigan, it's Trevor Michelson, Stephen George, Clark Katie McCrae, and Zachary Petronic. Craftsbury B, Edward Benning, Taylor Beach, Matt O'Leary, and Hugh McAdam. And CRI is George Munger, Thaddeus Babick, Adam Randall, and Lucas Wilhelm. And here they come. This boat closest to us, again, the Graves brothers. Tom, 3-time national team member. Peter, 5-time national team member and competed in 2012 Olympic Games. Tom competed in 2000 Olympic trials. I mean, this is an action-packed boat, and they are out in front. Next to them is that Potomac boat. Leonard Futterman has been on 3 teams. Sam Stitt is an 8-time national team member and will be on the Pan Am Games team, and he finished 5th in the quads in Beijing. And Chris Massey represented the United States in 2011, 2013 at the under-23s. So these 2 boats right there with a lot of experience. Craftsbury B, Ned Benning has under-23 trial winner, and he won a bronze at 2013 under-23s. So there's a lot of experience out here in these boats. I guess that's why that Craftsbury strength is having them way out in front right now. That's Craftsbury A we're looking at. Tom Graves, Andrew Reed, Eric Frid, and Peter Graves. Second place is the Futterman Stitt Keene Massey boat. And there is the Craftsbury B, CRI, and Michigan in the all-white in 5th place. Wow, Craftsbury A out in front. And that's as close as we can get to that boat. We don't want to wake out the last boat. Again, the water is so beautiful today. Every now and then we feel this slight breeze, but there's really nothing going on. Perfect conditions for racing today. Potomac, and out in front, Craftsbury A. Nice rowing. Rowing up at the Craftsbury Center. Beautiful spot. Head coach up there is Dan Rook, former Princeton coach, Cornell coach, and a little stint at Dartmouth too. Here's the Potomac boat at 500 meters to go. Nice job, Craftsbury. Potomac. Craftsbury B, CRI, and Michigan in 5th place, bringing up the rear. Craftsbury A, three, four, 5 boats of open water over Potomac. Potomac open water over Craftsbury B, who's open water over CRI, who's open water over Michigan. Craftsbury, Potomac, Craftsbury B, CRI, and Michigan. Across the line. We have a break here. The next race will be the lightweight men's quad at 11:10. Lightweight men's quad at 11:10. And the lightweight men's quad is underway. This is a two-boat race. New York AC versus Undine. Referee doing a little steering here. As New York C is moved over into Undine's water, they're now moving back into their lane. Doesn't seem to be any interference. On the left-hand side of the screen, that is Undine, and closest to the camera boat is New York AC, the white jerseys with the red stripe in them. And it is Undine with Reed Cucci, Andrew Kershaw, Corey Brown, and Mike Sneff out in front, leading the New York AC boat of Ryan Ujazdowski, Frank Petrucci, Max Litt, and David Walton. And Undine at about the 500, there it is, has two boats of open water over New York AC. $7.50 in, and Undine is opening it up even further. We'll try to get as close as we can to them, but we don't want to wake out New York AC. So it's a little difficult to get a shot of that Undine boat up close, but there they are, between the 750 and the 1,000-meter mark, with minutes of open two-boat race, the men's lightweight quad. Undine hailing from Philadelphia, Boathouse Row. Their athletes are a fixture at these competitions. New York AC, although trailing in this event, is a storied program, producing lots of national team members and successful club rowers, Canadian Henley champions. But today, having a rough go against the fellas from Philadelphia. We're having a very good row today as they get close to the 500-meter mark. Undine, Reed Cucci, Andrew Kershaw, Corey Brown, Mike Sneff. Coming to the line in the men's lightweight quad. Panning back to find New York AC. Ryan Ujastowski, Frank Petrucci, Max Litt, and David Walton. We have a 30-minute break now, a 30-minute break. And then we will have our last event of the day, which is an adaptive event. We have one competitor, Jackie Kapanowski, and she will be competing in the arms and shoulders event, and that will come to you at 11:40.